Good morning. We will call this November 18th, 2024 work session of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners to order. Welcome, citizens of Douglas County. County Clerk, please take roll.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner District 1, Henry Mitchell.
Present.
Commissioner District 2, Whitney Kenner-Jones.
Present.
Commissioner District 3, Martin Raxton.
Present.
Commissioner District 4, Vice Chair Mark Alcaraz.
Present.
Chairman Ramona Jackson-Jones.
Present. Thank you so much, Clerk. Board of Commissioners, certainly, are there any changes that need to be made to the agenda today? Any changes, Board? If none, do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor, Board. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please indicate by raising your right hand if you approve the agenda.
Commissioner Mitchell.
Commissioner Mitchell, do you approve the Mitchell? We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. Clerk, do we have any public comment to come before the board this morning?
Yes, ma'am, we did. Before I call you up, though, I'll just remind you, you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Once your 3 minutes are up, we'll ask you to wrap up your comments. And when you reach the mic, please restate your name and address and your subject matter for the record. So our first individual is Richard Ponsamy. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Ponsony. I live in Marietta, but I own property in Douglas County at 8363 Post Road in Whitesburg, Georgia. I'm here to talk about the Unified Development Code and the Water and Sewer Authority as it relates to this piece of property. I have had the property under contract to sell off the existing home on the property and portion off a section of land, and then to sell the remaining acreage to a developer who plans on building 4 homes in this subdivision, or well, on this property. The Commission endeavored to adopt and pass the Unified Development Code several years ago. According to the purpose of that code, it's to promote the orderly and beneficial development and expansion of the county. Purposes of the comprehensive plan to guide and direct growth and development in Douglas County. The intent and interpretation, and this is one of the key points, is to be liberally construed in favor of the property owner. According to the Unified Development Code, Section 502, Subpart A, and this is in the handouts that you should have been provided, it defines minor exempt subdivisions as being one in which no public improvements such as new streets or stormwater drainage facilities are required. It describes a 5-lot split as one that creates no more than 5 lots. Each lot shall front on an existing paved public road. Section 503, Subpart A, creation of minor exempt subdivision. A minor exempt subdivision is the subdivision of an original tract of land in which each lot has frontage on existing county street or road, and the subdivision does not require the construction of a new street. It says, in pertinent part, stormwater drainage facilities shall not be required. In Section 1103, Subpart C1, it lists exemptions from this section. In Subpart D, it says the construction of single-family residences, which is not part of a larger common development. 1104C says stormwater management applicability also lists an exemption. The following activities are exempt from this section: individual, single-family, or duplex residential lots that are not part of a subdivision or phase development project. In the definitions for the Water and Sewer Authority, in their rules and regulations, it has the definition, obviously the word shall means that the regulation or requirement is mandatory. According to the Water and Sewer Authority, subdivision means the division of a tract or parcel of land resulting in one or more new lots, and includes divisions of land resulting from or made in connection with the layout or development of a new street. Ladies and gentlemen, my proposed project does not include any new street. And yet the Water and Sewer Authority is holding up the review of the plat, the final review, indicating that they would like me to put in extensive stormwater drainage facilities, which include a 6-foot earthen berm, which is basically a dam, and will require me to get easements from properties downstream. The expense for doing all of that would be extensive, and according to what I see in the Unified Development Code, this project should be exempt. I would ask that the commission or someone please get back to me on what can be done. I think that simply contacting planning and zoning and establishing that this should be exempt and getting the final plat reviewed, then I can move forward. The properties are already sold and we can close in a week. This should have been done back in June, but I've run into these issues. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much for coming in. Certainly, we'll take this matter under advisement. And clerk, could you make sure you have all his contact
Yes, ma'am.
information as we research and get back with them in a very expeditious manner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to speak? Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Sharon Bachtel?
Good morning, Ms. Bachtel. Come on down.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Sharon Bachtel,
Mhm.
6331 South Skyline Drive, and I would like to talk about the budget. It seems like every year the budget goes higher and higher. Your budget decides how much taxes we pay. The higher the budget, the higher the taxes. Since you raised our taxes 27% in 2021, you have brought in $3 to $5 million extra every year. When the state had extra funds, they gave the money back to the taxpayers. This BOC has kept the money and spent it on things not in the budget. I would like to talk about some of the elected official budgets, starting with the tax commissioner. The tax commissioner's budget is over $3 million, of which over $2 million goes to salaries and benefits. Since being in office, he has doubled his staff. Our population only grew 11% in 10 years. To compare, the Paulding County Tax Commissioner has a budget of $1.5 million, and they have a larger population. How does Paulding County collect their taxes for less money? Why is the tax commissioner spending our tax dollars on billboards to advertise himself? The coroner's budget has the same problem. As of the end of June, she had spent $172,000 out of her $550,000 budget. The money allowed in her budget just for salaries and benefits is almost $300,000. The total budget for the Paulding County coroner is less than $170,000. They only spend a little over $100,000 for salaries and benefits. Why does it cost the Douglas County citizens more for the same services? I've also noticed a lot of wasteful spending, such as hiring a transport service when we purchase vehicles for her department. Why are we paying thousands of dollars for plastic cups, pens, and other advertising paraphernalia? Do we really need to advertise the coroner, or is this campaigning? I would also like to talk about the commissioners' budgets. It looks like the commissioners are taking extra funds, which I question the legality. Georgia Code 36-5-24 states that if the commissioners want more money for expenses or expenses in the nature of compensation, they have to advertise in the paper for 3 weeks and wait 1 year for it to take effect. You're also adding over $275,000 to the budget for yourselves. I see you reduced the funds for the community service boards and public welfare. With this horrible economy, people are struggling more than ever. They need extra help, not less. I laughed when I saw that you had reduced general appropriation by $2 million. I guess that makes your budget look better on paper, so that you appear to be cutting budgets. It's time to take a closer look at these budgets and cut them back to lower our taxes. Give us back our 27%. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Batchel. We appreciate you coming in today, and certainly will take this matter under advisement. Clerk, we have anyone else?
And that was it.
All right. Okay, we're going to move on, Board of Commissioners, into our meeting. As a reminder, each commissioner, we have 3 minutes to make remarks with a 2-minute rebuttal. And next, we have the approval of the minutes. You will have the approval of the minutes come before you tomorrow. Commissioners, please review the minutes before tomorrow's meeting. And then certainly our next portion of and we have, Clerk, certainly you can discuss those proclamations before I talk about the financial piece, if you want to do that, and then, because just tell us what's coming before us tomorrow in terms of proclamations, and I'll pivot back to the financial report, and that's
Okay.
next.
We will have 5 proclamations tomorrow, proclaiming the month of November 2024 as American Indian Heritage Month, proclaiming November 11th through November 17th, 2024 as Pilot International Founders Week, proclaiming the week of November 20th through the 28th, 2024 as Farm City Week, and proclamation in honor of Samuel Micah Moon, and a proclamation in honor of Ajane Hill.
Okay, thank you so much. Also, Board of Commissioners, tomorrow, please be prepared to adopt the financial report for the month of October during our tomorrow's meeting. We will go to, certainly we'll move into resolutions. Board of Commissioners, you have some resolutions that will come before you tomorrow, which is the 2025 budget adoption, and that is Dominique O'Shea, and he will be coming today as well. Today, clerk, he's
Yes.
coming up to speak, yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair,
Good
Vice
morning.
Chair, Commissioners, County Administration. After about 3 weeks of deliberation and about a month of meeting with departments to discuss their line item budget, we are bringing forward a resolution to adopt the budget in compliance with OCGA 3681, 1 through 6. We're presenting to you a balanced budget, and I'd like to just go over the summary of each fund. General fund is a total of $130 million, $925,000 approximately. Special revenue funds is $52,483,000. Capital projects funds, a total of $40 million. And enterprise funds, $9.6 million. The internal service fund totals, that's for self-insurance, liability and workers' comp, $18,654,000. I am available to answer any questions.
Board, do we have any questions regarding the resolution that's coming before us tomorrow? Any questions, Board of Commissioners?
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
I'll save mine for commissioner comment.
Yes, okay. If none, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chief Financial Officer O'Shea. All right. Clerk, you have the floor to read the grants.
Yes, ma'am. We'll move on to grants. Number 11, approval for the Douglas County Sheriff's Office to secure the 50% match of $97,000 for the U.S. Department of Justice Bureau of Justice Assistance body-worn camera grant as accepted and approved in the October 17th, 2023 Board of Commissioners meeting for the purchase of 97 body-worn cameras and to approve the Motorola purchase agreement for those body-worn cameras pending final legal review. Chief Connor.
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Morning.
So, you may recall, we applied to the board to apply for this grant back in March of '23. And as it was written then, it was written to come out of the Sheriff's Office current budget. That in that meeting notes, if you'll refer to them, you'll see that we told the board that the money wasn't there, that it was miswritten in the agenda. So on October the 15th, there was a work session where I attended and reiterated that fact that the 50% match was not in our budget. We're to the point now where we're nearing the deadline of this grant. The prices of body cameras have went up. Basically, there's two main distributors, Axon and Motorola. Them knowing that, they're going up on the prices, and this amount that initially was supposed to get us 3 years of body camera storage in the cloud has been reduced to 1 year. So with this 194,000 total, we're getting the 97 body cameras, but it'll only have 1 year of unlimited storage. So we're looking at having to renew the entire contract in 2026. To give you an idea of how much they've went up on cost, we were in a current 5-year contract of a total of $464,000. That was for 210 cameras. When we went to try to get the 97 with this current grant, they were going to charge us the same amount that we were being charged for the 210. They wanted 97 or 92,000 for just the 97 cameras. So looking down the road, when we renew this contract with the original 210 and the new 97 in 2026, we're approximately looking at a $1.4 million contract to have body cameras. Now, Motorola is the cheaper of the two historically. So, of course, we would put it out for bid, but if we want to continue to have body cameras, worn body cameras, in 2026, you're looking at least 1.4, and that's up from 464 that we're paying now. So that's just some information for your foresight. This particular one, I'm here before you to ask for the 97,000 match to be put in our budget where we can execute this contract as well as execute the contract that's on here that's been approved by legal.
Thank you so much, Chief Conlon. Any questions, board? I saw my eyes. Let me take these pink glasses off for a second. Commissioner Raxton, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. All right, thank you, and thanks for the presentation. So just a question, because in the contract, it talks about the starting period of October 1st, 2023.
Okay.
So we're here in 2024, and I guess my concern is being in compliance with the contractual agreement that the federal award of the 97,000 starts on 10/1 through 9/30/2026. So I just want to ensure from a contractual standpoint, it looks like we're a year and some months behind that.
This is Susan Shihada. She's our grant writer that applied for the grant.
Yes, sir. We, in order to be compliant, or in a timeline for redoing the contract for the body cameras, I'm sorry, we got permission from our program manager at the Department of Justice to delay purchasing of the equipment until 2025 so that we could get a better deal when we negotiate the contract. So that's what the time frame lapse is there, is we have permission from them to do that.
Okay, and I guess what happened in the interim? What was going on in the interim?
Well, we have a technical assistance provider who's been working with our IT director to ensure that we have all the program or policies in place when the grant implements. So it's just been an ongoing technical assistance with the permission to start purchasing the items in 2025 or whenever the next contract comes about.
Okay.
As well as the money. So we delayed this, trying to get closer to our contractual date with our other contract, because if we'd initially went with this back then it was going to be too much. So basically, we closed the gap to get us to a year to be able to fund it with the funds that were provided.
Okay. And I guess this 97,000 seems to be a drop in the bucket if we're talking about 1.4 million going forward. So I'm trying to understand does this 97 million tie us to now looking at a 1.5 million starting in 2026?
No, so this contract for these 97 is going to align with our 210 contract. So when it expires, I think it's February of 2026, then at that point, we would be looking at moving forward with them at that higher rate or with a new vendor, if the board chooses to provide the cameras for the officers.
Okay.
Otherwise, we would just have to go back to dash cams in the cars.
Okay. Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Raxton. Commissioner Kenneth Jones, you have the floor.
So the 97,000 is to upgrade your current body camera system, or is this to increase the amount of time that you have for storage for the footage?
So it purchases 97 new cameras for the deputies that don't currently have cameras, and it includes 1 year. So the cameras will have a 3-year warranty, so it'll kind of carry over. They'll have to write that in the contract for the 26 that we go with them. But what this does is it buys 97 new cameras for the officers that don't have them, and it pays for the unlimited storage for 1 year.
What's the 2026 contract price proposed to be?
1.4
And if
currently.
you,
I mean, we're 2 years out, so, or a year and a half, say. So in a year and a half, they're liable to go up more. That's as of today.
and in your current budget, is this a price that you would have been able to afford, or would this require in 2026 a $1.4 million increase to your budget?
We're currently allotted $92,919 to pay for our body cameras. That was a 5-year contract totaling $464,595. So, so 25 will be good. 26,
You would need an increase.
we're going to have to look at bidding it out and seeing what kind of deal we can get if we want to continue to have that.
And if we don't go with this company in 2026, have you bid it out or gotten any quotes from other companies to provide the same cameras and services? And I understand the cost would,
Yeah, no,
Change.
we have not bid it out.
or not bid
yet.
it out, I'm
Um,
sorry. Have you all seen any quotes, have any ideas of what other companies are charging for this particular service?
So, like I said, there's like 2 main players in the game, and Motorola's the cheaper. Axon's always been more expensive, and they're trying to basically get their claws into you because the taser links to the body camera, which links to the car, which links to the lights. So they're encompassing all this in one system, and they're slowly buying all these companies up so that they can say, all right, package deal, and then you want to get out from under them, then you got to pay more money. So I've intentionally tried over the years of being chief deputy to avoid getting into a situation where we're so encompassed into one company, but they're making it difficult because they're buying everybody out.
And you said Motorola and Axon are the 2 main players. How many other options are there?
For a department our size, probably not but one. And we've moved away. Well, actually, that system was bought out by Motorola, so there's probably only 2 that I'm aware of. Because we used WatchGuard prior to this, and then Motorola bought out WatchGuard.
And what's the, you said there would be a 3-year warranty on the new cameras. What's the current warranty period left for the existing cameras we already have?
I want to say we're out of it. I think it was 3 years on those, so we're doing 2 years without a warranty. But we had a couple extra that we used to swap out if something happened to one. So we're paying a la carte right now.
And so how did we end up with 97 deputies that don't have body cams at all?
Because we were never fully funded for all of them.
And so then the default, I guess, or the back end is that those deputies are relying on hoping that their dash camera is catching whatever is happening in a particular stop or interaction?
Yes, so when we say deputies, we've got about 253 sworn officers. and they're all in different divisions. So we've made sure that all the patrol who routinely makes traffic stops have them. We're talking about investigators and other inner office people. And, you would think that an investigator, may not need a body camera, but we had a situation where we had a shooting.
How
where
many
they-
investigators do you have?
25. I'm ballparking it.
And all 25 of those don't have one?
No.
And then what are the breakdowns of the department, or the other classifications of deputies that you're trying to seek out this purchase to make up the remainder of the 97?
I'd have to get that back to you. I don't have that information.
Could you do that by tomorrow?
I can do it by this afternoon.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back the floor.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Kenna Jones. Any other questions, board? Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
So back to the number, the 97. This is just not an upgrade. This is truly the need of cameras, 97 additional cameras, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just, and that would include, is that deputies or non-deputies or administrative? I mean, you trying to get everybody one, or, because you sound like you're sharing, using what you got.
Right. I'll have to get with our IT director to determine where the 97 will be allocated to which
Right.
particular officers. But it's people that's in the field, in different capacities.
Right.
It may be some supervisors in the jail, that I would just have to get
Right.
exactly where each camera's going for
Got
the
it.
board.
But the 97 would fully cover you guys. The 97 would fully cover everybody that's within the sheriff's department, correct?
That's what I'm being told by my IT director, yes.
Got it. And the grant that we're looking at, and our portion is 97. That's 50%?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we're looking at on our end. And it looks like IT is, are we able to keep up with IT with technology? Because this thing is moving pretty fast based on your conversation, because these will only be warranted and or cover a year. Am I correct, or is it 3 years?
Well, these 97 have come with a 3-year warranty, so they're gonna have to extend that into the new contract, but the prior ones will be included in they'll do a refresh, they'll give all new cameras, and then they'll
So this grant will cover 97, but the upgrade will be with Motorola. I'm assuming that's what it is. That will upgrade the other body cameras to bring them online to be efficient with our current cloud or whatever we're using. I'm not sure all of the techie stuff to say. Am I correct in that thought?
I'm trying to understand your question. We have 210 current cameras through Motorola,
Correct.
and then
You're going to bring on the 97?
bring on the 97, and when we do, it's set to expire all the 210 and the 97, and I believe in February of '26.
Right, so that'll be the year.
And so,
Right.
So in the '26 budget is where we're going to look at a significant increase.
Right, and that's when we'll be jumping from not a match, but a 1.4, I think, a 1.2, I think you said that it could jump to. Yeah, 1.4. That's what we'll need to start budgeting for the camera cloud and the infrastructure and all that good stuff.
Approximately at this time, yes, sir.
Right,
Now,
right,
it's
right. And I know
subject to change.
I know it's an estimate. I get it. I'm just trying to make sure we are all thinking up here as to what we need to kind of start to look for.
Right.
This type of an unfunded, because we never thought about this part of it. I can remember back in the day when we allocated those cameras that years ago when Sheriff Miller was here, and now technology's kind of moved pretty fast. And now what do? We definitely got to keep up, because I think we got to make sure that you guys are safe, make sure that you guys are, your staff and the work that you do and the service that you guys provide for the citizens of Douglas County, that we need to protect you and the citizens of Douglas County. So I think there's a definitely need here, but wow, I'm just more surprised, but not surprised about the cost, and Motorola is the one who's controlling that or monopolizing that, I would say, because no one else that we can kind of compare or suggest or put the bid out there because you're saying there's very few that covers this type of software and or hardware.
Yeah, so there's very few that are capable of handling our department. So, you know, when we look at them, we look at the quality, we look at, how well they stay on the uniform when they get in a fight. So there's a lot of things that are evaluated. And initially, I believe when this contract was done, I believe it was with WatchGuard. We avoided Motorola and Axon, and then Motorola bought them out. So now we deal with Motorola. So they're monopolizing a lot of the companies that are providing law enforcement equipment are doing that.
Wow. Okay. Well, thank you. And I'm assuming, not assuming, I think we are definitely looking at even more grants and anything else that we can kind of go out there and attempt to offset some of this cost.
Yes, sir. And that's why we brought on Susan Shahada. She sent an email the other day. She's $58,000 away from receiving almost $2 million for the sheriff's office in grants. So she's really helped us out and the board with some of the cost that's rising.
Kudos to her and Susan,
Thank you.
all the hard work that she's doing and trying to keep up with this. But that's going to be an interesting cost, as you know, that we can't kick this can down the road. So it's something that we need to address. And I thank you for bringing it to our attention as soon as possible. So thank you again.
Yes,
Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Kenna Jones, you have the floor.
I do have an additional question. Other comparable size departments, are they also paying for or purchasing body cams for every officer, even if they're not on patrol or an investigator?
I haven't researched other departments and
Could
how
you
they
find that
run
out
their.
and send that with
Is
the
there
other?
any particular county that you would like me to contact?
I would want to know what is Carroll, Paulding, Coweta, Cherokee, and Rockdale are the most similar in size to us from a population perspective.
Carroll, Paulding, Coweta, Rockdale.
Rockdale.
Okay, so 4? Okay.
I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Kenna Jones. Commissioner Raxton, you have the floor.
Thank you. So just one more question in regards to just the numbers here. So currently, we have 210 cameras that are contracted, correct? And we have 253 sworn officers.
Yes.
So we're looking now for 97, so that would give us 307 cameras.
Okay.
So I'm just, just trying from a math standpoint, why we're having so many, that's like 50 plus more cameras than we have sworn officers.
It's a good question. I'm relying on the numbers from my IT director. I'd have to follow up on that.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Raxton. I just have one brief question for you, Chief, and it's more of a comment. I believe we're just buying some time until we get to 26. And then we have about a $938,000 gap we need to fill because you already have $462,000 that you utilize for your cameras. That's just going forward for the board, $938,000. I'm sorry, yeah, $938,000 that we're looking at in terms of closing the gap. But you've hired about 40 new officers, so you need those cameras. That's justification, right? You've hired some new folks recently, haven't you?
We have. We hired, I think, 37 new employees, but I believe that that 253 number was the positions allotted to us. So I think it should encompass those.
Okay.
So that's why I want to get back to that.
And perhaps maybe those 50 additional cameras that you have, could they be for backup in the event the others, something failed, just to rotate them out, or
Yeah,
I'm just trying to...
Some of them will be. That we have a bank of ones that have to be replaced because if they come in, it don't work, they swap them, but I don't think it would be 53.
Right, so you say you'll get back with the Commissioner Raxton on that question. All right, I don't have any other questions. Any other questions, Board? All right, Vice Chair.
How many deputies are
Alvarez.
you short in the field right now? How many more would you need to be at capacity?
So there's people that's been hired so are you talking on the street, or are you
Yes.
talking in general?
All, in general, all positions of people who would use these cameras.
Oh, 12.
Question.
25, maybe, 20, 25.
So then another 2025 that these cameras are also, that's going to be in addition to the 253? I mean, 250, yeah.
I don't think so. When I quote the 253 sworn, I believe that's all the positions allotted us for law enforcement and post-certified, meaning jail and sworn law enforcement officers. So I need to check on that and see, get an answer from me and the board.
Okay. All right. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Thank you so
Mhm.
much for coming in. I yield back to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We'll move to number 12, approval of the Douglas County Sheriff's Office to accept a grant award from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council in the amount of $58,295 with no match required to provide substance abuse counseling services for the inmates in the jail's reentry program, excuse me, who are struggling with substance abuse, establish the budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Susan Chiata.
Morning again. Excuse me. The purpose of the funding is to implement a comprehensive efforts to support those impacted by opioids in our community. And the objective is to reduce the use and misuse of the drugs on individuals and communities by supporting local comprehensive efforts. So we approached this, well, about 2 months ago, when I wrote the grant, we had 626 inmates in the jail, and over 250 of them were there because of drug and narcotic violations. Many of them have serious drug addiction abuse issues. So our reentry program, who's led by Officer Williams, who's here with me today, helps the inmates successfully integrate into the community. But we don't currently have a substance abuse component to the classes. So with this grant, we'll create a comprehensive evidence-based substance abuse counseling program in the jail. And the timing of the grant of the opportunity was really great because Officer Williams did a survey of the inmates in the jail asking them, what kind of classes do you feel you need that will enable your success after you leave the jail and not come see us again, basically. So, and drug and alcohol substance abuse recovery was the most popular thing that they requested. Their responses were very thoughtful. There was a lot of good suggestions, but that overwhelmingly was one of the most popular. So Officer Williams went and she got certified in substance abuse counseling. And in the grant, we asked for funds to have 2 more individuals certified in substance abuse counseling so that they can assist Officer Williams in teaching the classes. And we've identified these 2 individuals, and they're both very long-time community not-for-profit volunteers who come in and work with the individuals in the reentry program. And we also requested funds for a part-time contract, not employee, case manager to follow the progress of the inmates in the program and while they're in the program and for a year after they're released so that we can gather good data that we can use to show success of this evidence-based program and hopefully use that data to support future federal grants to expand the reentry program. Let's see what else I have here. The grant goes through August of 2026 with hopes that at that time I can apply for federal funding to keep, hopefully, the case manager on contract and to expand the program. So it was $58,295 basically for 2 more instructor certifications in substance abuse counseling and then the part-time contract case manager to document their success. And I just wanted to say, in terms of speaking of success and the success that Officer Williams has had in the reentry program, I'd like to read you a quote from a former substance-addicted individual in our jail who was in and out of our jail and in prison. And he finally went through the reentry program and successfully reintegrated into the community and became director of a local not-for-profit substance abuse agency. So it was, a wonderful thing for him. And he wrote to us in his quote, he's talking about Sheriff's Bounds Reentry Program and Officer Williams and the individuals who volunteer. And he said, "They showed me something nobody ever else has. There is a way. No matter how far you beat yourself down, there is a way to get back up to where you need to be." And this gentleman was incarcerated for 19 years. So, anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, board? Susan?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Kenna Jones, you have the floor.
How many years will the program be covered by this grant?
Till August of 2026.
Is it renewable, do you know?
No.
It's not renewable.
Well, it's always possible that they'll put it out again, and yes, we will apply, absolutely.
I have no further questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Raxton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a quick question. I know that part of the funds will be to support one of the councils obtaining the substance abuse certification. Is there any ongoing required PDUs or recertifications that we also need to consider with this grant?
For that individual, do you know the answer to that question, Lisa? Yeah, there are not, no.
Okay, so once they're certified, we're good to go?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Raxton. Any other questions, board? All right, Madam Clerk, we have the next item.
Okay.
Please read
Number
it.
13 is approval to accept grant funding in the amount of $2,500 from Greystone Power to support the Sheriff's Office Peer Support Program and establish the budget pending final legal review. Susan?
Yeah. And peer support is another one of our federally funded programs. And this was an opportunity that I had to apply through them for basically a donation that will cover things like we can buy gift cards so that when we have a deputy who goes through a particularly traumatic experience and is having difficulty dealing with it, they not only get support from our peer support team, but we can actually pay, a gift card so that they can go out and do something that is relaxing to them, whether it's a fishing trip or taking their family to dinner, or what. It's just tailored to that individual. It's just a nice thing that we have that we can support if we do $100 gift cards up to 25 deputies who are having a difficult time.
Thank you. Board, any questions? Okay, no questions. Thank you so much, Susan,
you.
for coming. Madam Clerk, you have the floor for
Okay,
business items.
We'll move to our business items. Number 14, authorization to approve task order 2024-6 with Atlantic Coast Consulting, Inc. for topographic and survey at the landfill in the amount of $6,100 to be funded from the landfill department's budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Heath Cowart.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair,
Good morning.
Vice Chair, Commissioners, County Administrator. I have two here. The first one is this task order, Atlantic Coast. So it's just a trench. We have to have this thing, we have to have it surveyed by EPT standards so we can actually put our trash in there. So that's all this is. Is there any questions on that? No? Okay.
Board of Commissioners, we have any questions regarding the compliance issue that's been brought before us? Any questions? Okay, we have none.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Okay. Okay, number 15 is approval of an addendum with Republic Services beginning May 22, 2025 through May 22, 2026 for transportation and disposal of municipal solid waste in the amount of $53.75 per ton to be funded through the landfill's existing budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Heath?
Good morning again.
Good
All
morning.
right, so this is our current provider, our Republic Transportation, transfer station services. So they take the actual garbage that is in and haul it off to their landfills, and they pay for their trucking. So we're at a much lower rate, but capacity-wise, but we're going to explode when we are finished, within the 25 with our new transfer station. So prices have moved up. The Republic services the garbage garbage industry is a lot like everything else. They're starting to get bigger. Just the big boys keep getting bigger and taking more and more. So what we were able to do is go from 5119 to what we just proposed, the 53. It's much cheaper than our surrounding competitors, and it is within the contract that we signed last year to do 1 year extension. So for a maximum of 2 years, then we can take it out to bid. But I would foresee this price just to continue to raise, and once we take it out to bid, it's going to go up even more, even by them. We'll probably end up with Republic again. They're great partners to work with, but this is an excellent price, so I'm recommending we extend.
Okay,
Any
thank you.
questions?
Thank you so much, Director Coward. Board of Commissioners, any questions? All right, no questions for you.
Okay.
Thank
Thank y'all.
you. I
Okay,
yield the floor back to you, Madam Clerk.
thank you. Approval of 2024 ARPA reallocation. I think Tiffany Stewart Stanley is going to present.
Give us 1 second to pull up the document.
Is she almost?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead. I'll just talk over while she pulls that up. So good
Oh, thank
morning,
you.
Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, County Administration. So we're coming before you today with what we hope is our final ARPA reallocation. I wanted to provide some context of why we're here today. So as we know, the ARPA funds were allocated to the county back in March of 2021. The county at the time received $28,425,412. It's been our goal since that allocation of funding to use this money in the way that the board has directed us to move forward. We were giving direction as far as how this money needed to be aligned policy-wise, aligned with our strategic plan, and the board at the time came up with, I believe, 8 areas where they wanted to see that funding focus. And I'll just remind the board, I know we didn't have some of the board members at the time, the funding was supposed to be used for infrastructure, public health, technology, community stability, public safety, employee stability, economic stability, and recreational facilities. We have worked very diligently to stay in alignment with the board's vision, and as we've gone through and done a few reallocations of the funding, we've tried to do that. So we are now, of course, in the last days of how we can allocate the funding for ARPA, and it has been a process where we have tried to give all of our directors who have been given initial projects the adequate amount of time to go through and make sure that those projects came to fruition. We have had changes in the ARPA allocations because some of the priorities in 2021, of course, have changed since 2024. And I'm going to briefly, we have the amount here. I'll just go past that. As you all remember, we received our first funding in July of 2021, and we received the second part of that funding about a year later. As I stated, funds have to be committed by December of this year and have to be spent by December 31st, 2026. So although we have to allocate the funding and commit it, we still have about another 2 years of ARPA to make sure all the projects get done. Just a reminder of the framework that we worked with when we allocated this funding. We were giving these categories that you see, the ARPA plan framework funding categories, as well as to make sure that everything was in alignment with our strategic plan. And we all know our 6 priorities of our strategic plan: public safety, infrastructure, economic development, recreational facilities and programming, and transform Douglas County government. This pie chart is just a illustration of how the original allocation of the funding, the categories that the board originally allocated the funding in. So you see a big amount of that went to public safety, broadband and infrastructure, technology, employee stability, community stability, because in 2021, that was very important to make sure that our employees were stable and the community was stable with going through COVID and a lot of the other effects of the COVID era. And so we're before you today with a reallocation, and I want to really make sure the board understands what changes that we're proposing to you. We gave the directors until last week who had projects to see what they needed to do to make those projects move forward. And I'll just go over for some of you some of the bigger changes. Ms. Hobson will come up with any additional information, and then we have all of our subject matter experts here with you all today, so if you have questions about the projects that we're proposing, they'll be able to provide additional information. So one of the biggest changes that you'll see is the change for the courthouse reconfiguration. The original allocation for that was $1,750,000. We had a couple of projects that came in under budget. I'll give a couple examples. The coroner's facility is one of them. So some of the funding from that project is being proposed to be reallocated to the reconfiguration of the courthouse, because once again, when we started this in 2021, costs for construction were lower and they have continued to rise. So we're trying to make those reallocations for those bigger projects that are going to have a greater impact for the county, that will help move those projects along that may not be able to do so because we didn't allocate enough funding due to changes of cost. So that's one of the projects that you will see that we have changed the amount. Another project amount that you will see changed is when you see the category of infrastructure improvements. We have reallocated about $500,000 to that category for us to move forward with the Timber Ridge project to provide more space for the courthouse reconfiguration by moving those departments out. And we'll be using some of that funding to help that building get completed and come to its full potential. We did also reallocate funding from the Winston Park Upper Field concession stand. That project is moving forward. However, we had some extra funding to reallocate. And so we reallocated that between the courthouse reconfiguration as well as the infrastructure improvements for our new building that will be on Timber Ridge, is where a lot of that funding went to. All of the projects that you see that say recommended pending Board of Commissioner approval, these are the projects that we are coming to you today for consideration, because after we went in, took a final look at the documents that everybody had compiled from the projects from the deadline that we gave them last week, these are some of the things that we're recommending. The first thing is a state contract for helping to not only supervise, but helping to also make sure that we are spending the ARPA funding over the next 2 years in accordance with the rules and regulations. So we found a state contract with a company by the name of Berry & Dunn. They are proposing $197,450, and that is for an extended period of time through March of 2027. And they will be helping us with compliance and making sure that we get the projects completed in that time frame. And that's going to be very helpful that we have an outside source that makes sure that we are in compliance, so then when we do our final audit, we hopefully don't end up owing the federal government any money for not complying. The second thing you will see, JCAT software. That is some software for the juvenile court that they've been requesting. We took a look at it and we saw that this was something that we could do within the ARPA guidelines, and this will be very helpful for them to be able to move forward with their operation. The next thing is juvenile program services. There were services that were being funded by state ARPA funds, state grant funds, and the juvenile court would like for those programs to continue as long as they can. So we took a look at it, and there are some services, there are things that we can provide. You'll see about $30,200 with ARPA funding that can continue those programs to go a little bit longer to help them with some of their juveniles. Grant software. One of the things that we definitely need for ARPA as well as all of our grants, we are trying to move our grant system into the 21st century. So we are looking to have some software so that all of our departments can benefit and we can all be coordinated when we do our grants. And there'll be more data available not only to the commissioners but the public to help with transparency. And then the next thing, the emergency radio system for E911. This is just some of the funding for the E911 radios. So the money that we have in contingency for ARPA, this is where we're asking for the bulk of it to go. This is a need for the county, and this would be a way for us to get that process rolling and to make sure that we have, and Director Harley is here to answer any questions regarding that. And then our final project is the Deer Lick Fencing and Skate Park. We took the money from the concession stands because we had some additional funding, so we wanted to keep that money in the parks area, the recreational area. And so we're proposing $216,189. So we are hoping that this will be the last time we come before you with the reallocation, but as things change, you know, we may have to come back. We're hoping that we don't. We have a very tight deadline to get things done before the end of the year. Any final contracts or anything will have to probably be on the next agenda. So you will see some ARPA things on the next agenda. But working with the tight deadlines to make sure that the projects move forward, we're just doing the best that we can. But we're having to make changes on the fly if something costs more or something doesn't cost as much. And of course, we have to move things in the direction that the board sees fit. So I will yield at this time for any questions. If you have questions about any of the recommended items, I do have the subject matter experts here to answer those questions.
Thank you so much, Chief of Staff. Board of Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Kenneth Jones, I saw you.
So I understand we're trying to break these down and get additional services for various different places. Do we have a breakdown or a list for the juvenile program services that those funds are being allocated towards?
Yes, they'll be coming up to give you that.
Yes, ma'am. It'll pay for mentoring services and treatment services for the Chance Court. They had a federal grant that ended September 30th of this year, and this will give them some cushion until their new federal grant kicks in, which we're just pending budget approval.
When does the new federal grant kick in?
It started October 1st. However, we're still pending budget approval, so we're not allowed to move forward until that process is done. I expect it maybe early 2025.
And so is the 30,000 the exact number that the programs are short, or is that?
Have a breakdown from them. I apologize for. Can you repeat your question for me?
Is the 30,200 the shortage?
Yeah, so that was their projection for the end of the year, for October 1st through 12/30. However, now that we're into November and we have not started using those funds, it will take us into 2025.
And are these for services that are being brought into the court, or are these partnership services with community providers?
Partnership services with community providers. It'll be mentoring, which varies. There's several different providers they use for mentoring services, and I believe the treatment services these will cover is Recovery Unlimited.
And is there any other service provider being considered besides Recovery Unlimited?
Not for that money.
Why?
When we were looking at this, it was specific to how they were serving the Chance community, and they are contracted with us to provide the specific services required for that program, like MRT and some other evidence-based stuff that they're doing with our kids. We do utilize other providers in all pots of money.
And then this question is for Ms. Stewart Stanley. At the skate park at Deer Lick, is that completely new fencing, or is that to repair?
I'm going to have to bring down Director Chad for that information. He'll have that. I think it's fixing it. But is it fixing the fence? Replacing, yes, replacing the fence.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How you guys doing?
Good.
So the fencing project would be for the softball fields at Deer Lick Park.
Oh, okay, because they had it listed as the skate park,
Right.
so that's why.
So, and then the skate park would be getting rid of the ramps that are currently there. They're unsafe. They need to go. So it will be to replace the ramps that are there, and then to replace the fencing on the softball fields.
That makes significantly more sense. Thank you.
Mhm.
I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Raxton, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. So the first question is in regards to the state contract services, and I was just curious, were there any other vendors that was considered, or just kind of walk us through that process of selecting Barry Dunn?
We didn't have time to bid out those services. However, they are already on state contract, and we met with them, and we're pleased with their presentation. It saves the county a lot of money in respect to a previous vendor.
Okay. So are there other municipalities that are also utilizing Barry Dunn that we work with or we're pretty closely aligned with?
I believe it's the city of Stonecrest.
Yes.
Okay. Any other county or any other municipalities?
Not off the top of my head, but they're a nationwide company that specializes in this, so they have a big pool of resources to do this and other consulting services.
Okay. All right, and then this one is for the emergency radio system, E911, and I know that is a requirement. That is something that we must, and we are mandated to ensure that we're in compliance with that. So with the $1 million that's proposed, I just wanted to get an idea, what is the overall request, or what is the overall need for the radio systems for E911 going forward?
Good morning, first off. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. So with 911, of course, we have the backup center that will be coming on board. Motorola is our current radio console vendor, and so the current system that we have will be going end of life in 2030. However, with that current system, Motorola will cease selling that system next year in 2025. And so when we stand up the backup center, it will require that we have the new consoles. That being said, the request is twofold, and I thank you all for your consideration. First off, with the new consoles, we have to have redundancy. And so it is best to start off in our primary center with those new consoles so that when they are installed in our backup center, it is not the first time that our folks are using that particular console system. So they will already be familiar with it, because what we don't want to have happen is for an emergency to be the first time that they are utilizing that console. And so what this request will do is it will replace those existing consoles in our primary 911 center.
Okay. And then going forward, there will be an additional ask for the backup consoles to also be replaced?
To be installed.
To be
Yeah,
installed, okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm assuming, I guess the cost will pretty much be, it'll be more than probably the $1 million?
It will, because there are other components to that backup 911 center that will also have to be considered.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate that. Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions, board?
Don't go nowhere.
Okay, Vice Chairman Alcaraz, you have the floor. And
These new consoles, they will be able to support the next gen that we're looking at, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
they will.
Okay, that's all I needed to know, because I know that is another thing that we've got to prepare for that's coming.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure that those consoles were.
They will. They
Okay.
are in line.
I yield, Madam Chair.
Thank
Great.
you.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
And that's what I was kind of going to, though, to make sure kind of, will this get us above or in front of the curve? And I guess you stated that we'll be running this on both services at the same time, unilateral, I guess. So that way we can make sure that what we're using works.
Yes,
And
we have to make sure that what we have
Parallel
is
is what I'm saying.
redundant.
Right.
If the case may be that we need to stand up the backup center
Right.
for the county.
Got it. And again, what we're doing now with this $1 million will at least, would it get us all the way where we need to be? Because I know we've had many ongoing conversations about the need for the E911. Kind of where would we be after this is all done?
So we're building.
Okay.
It is definitely a process. 911 technology has grown and changed a lot. And so this is part of our building phase. And so when it comes to where we need to be, our needs will always evolve as a 911 center. We just want to make sure that we have what we need in place to build the proper infrastructure that gets us to next generation 911 and its implementation. We already have some elements of next generation 911, but it's certainly a building process.
Got it. So we'll be in compliance, and hopefully at least we're moving in the right direction.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's kind of what I wanted. Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions forward? I think we're good, I think we're good, Director Hartley.
Thank you.
Major Commissioner.
I also just wanted to make sure that the board was aware that items number 18 and item number 25, those are contingent upon the approval of this item. So as you consider those items, please make sure to know that those items are tied to this item. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
You said 18, and what was the second one?
18 and 25.
And 25.
And 24. I'm sorry, 18, 24, and 25 are all tied. And you'll see they say ARPA grant funds as the funding source, is one of the funding sources. But I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that it's tied to this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I yield back to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Number 17, approval of extensions to ARPA subrecipient agreements for Cobb and Douglas Public Health and Midway Community Resource Center until December 31st, 2025, with no change to project scope, no budget impact, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Jill Hobson.
Yes, we have two subrecipient agreements right now with Cobb Douglas Public Health and with Midway Community Resource Center. Those contracts expire at the end of this year. However, both projects are still in progress, and we are asking for just a time extension to the end of next year. There's no change to their original allocated budget or project scope.
Thank you so much. Any questions for our manager? No questions. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Number 18, approval to award a design build contract with Webb Myers Construction LLC pursuant to RFP 24-034 in connection with the Douglas County Courthouse reconfiguration project in the amount of not to exceed $2.1 million to be funded from the ARPA grant funds, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Stephanie Morgan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
This project is anticipated to start in 2025 once Development Services vacates their area, and will expand courts into this area, and that's what the ARPA funds will be used for. So, we just wanted to get this money encumbered by the end of the year since it's ARPA funds.
Okay. Any questions, board, for Director Morgan? Any questions for her? Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So make sure I understand. So this is for fund. Isn't there a certain time frame for the ARPA use of those funds? I guess that would be.
I believe it's 2026. We can encumber the money by the end of this year, and then we have until the end of 2026. Is that correct?
So timing-wise, you'll be okay with, because we don't know kind of when all of this would happen, I guess.
Yes, it's anticipated.
Or are you moving us out?
No, it's anticipated that Development Services will be relocating to their building, I guess, at the end of the spring, beginning of summer of next year. And as soon as they have vacated the area, then we will proceed. This will have us under contract and ready to go, so.
And is this like the construction cost of?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's going to be duplicating what we have on the third floor for juvenile courts, 2 courtrooms, judges' chambers, juvenile programs, court services, which will also have holding cells, because anytime you have a courtroom, you have to have holding cells. So there's a lot of things that are going to be incorporated into the space that doesn't exist right now.
And that's enough funds to do all that? What you expecting, or we will be looking to at least add to that particular?
Right now, yes, it should be. So, like I said, it's a design build is what we put out for the RFP, so.
And so there's a bid out, nothing has come back yet saying they could do it for that.
No, we did. The bid closed on the, I believe, the 7th.
Okay.
And we had 3 contractors. We did do a pre-bid meeting where they came in and walked the space. We went over the scope of work of what we anticipated to incorporate into that space. And then we did give them the budget number, and then the bids came back. And we had 3 contractors. And one came back, the scope of work was not in line with what we had submitted that we would require. So they were non-responsive, and then the next one was Webmeyer's, and then Barnsley. And Webmeyer was the 2.1 that came in.
Got it, okay, okay. Thank you.
You're
All
welcome.
righty. Okay, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. Any other questions, board? Director, is there any space or allotment within this 2.1 million for change orders, potential change orders? Did you all have a contingency built in there anywhere?
There is a slight contingency. I believe it was around $52,000 that they had incorporated into their price, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You answered my question. Any other questions, board? Thank you so much.
All right,
Director.
thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Okay. Number 19, authorization to enter into a student intern clinical affiliation agreement with Cobb County Fire and Emergency Services to develop a mutually beneficial collaboration regarding service learning, and other educational and training experiences with no impact to the fire department budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Chief Allen.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Board of Commissioners, County Administrator. So we're asking to be allowed to enter this into this agreement with Cobb Fire to allow our students to do third rides with them and allow their students to do third rides with us for EMS clinicals.
Any questions, board? Okay, no questions?
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Number 20, approval to reappoint EMS Chief Stacy Farmer to serve on the Region 3 EMS Council in Position 1 for Douglas County, and to fill the term from July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2027, with no impact to the fire department budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Chief Allen?
So for Region 3 Medical Service Council, we're just requesting that Deputy Chief Farmer be placed on the appointment for the council for this position, and it's just a reappointment.
Okay, any questions, board? Commissioner Raxton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Chief. Good afternoon, good morning. So just a quick question. I know that the prior term ended on June 30th. Has Deputy Chief Farmer been able to still serve in that capacity until now?
Affirmative. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure there was no gap there. Okay. Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
All right. If there are no questions, I yield the floor to you, Madam Clerk.
Number 21, approval of the Douglas County Fire Department to enter into a memorandum of agreement with Faithful Guardian LLC at no cost to the county to provide instruction and practice to students currently enrolled in an EMS program to complete required clinical and field experience with no impact to the fire department budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Chief Allen.
Once again, Faithful Guardian is one of the larger EMS organizations that teaches individual students how to become EMTs, paramedics, and we're just wanting to enter into an agreement to allow them to practice with us and allow us to practice with them, a collaboration of training.
Any questions, board? I have one for you, Chief. With this collaboration of training, are there any needs for insurance for both sides in case something, I'm not sure how, are they practicing on live individuals? Annie, which you know me and you know CPR, can you just explain to the board, make sure?
So part of what we're going to be doing with Faithful Guardian is allowing them to help our students learn the practice of emergency medical services. We'll do everything from third rides to live training to simulated training. It's just a bunch of training for our EMS individuals. CPR is just a small portion of it. We're talking anything from basic EMT all the way up to paramedic. Currently, we do have individuals in the paramedic classes and in EMT classes through Faithful Guardian, and we just want to continue this.
Okay. You still didn't answer my question. I'm just saying risk factors, liability.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
Yeah,
liability.
if there's a liability, do we have to engage, enter into any type of insurance agreements for our students, or either the other company, Faithful Garden, just in case, because you said we will be working with live individuals. These are students, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I didn't know. I'm just for the board.
I'll double check on the liability, but I don't believe it would be.
Okay, if you could just get back with the board
Yes,
on
ma'am.
that. All right.
Madam, let me just.
Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
I think that probably we might want to ask legal down the road, is there any need for any type of waivers for all three of your items? Just in case, from a liability perspective, that in the event that there's a need. I mean, I don't know if we need to have they passed it all by you on all three of these items about any potential liability on the county, so.
And they certainly can utilize us. I think waivers would be appropriate, but any other parameters that we want to put in place, we certainly can work with them.
Just food for thought. I mean, because I see where Madam Chair was going with that, but and if there are none, probably don't even need it. It's just that when you need it, you don't want to be where you don't have it. So,
Understood.
just food for thought. So I'll yield back, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chief. Okay. I yield back to you, Madam Clerk.
Number 22, authorization for the chairman to execute Juvenile Justice Incentive Grant funded employee contract of Nadine Dorsonville as Juvenile Justice Incentive Grant Coordinator, pending final legal review. Jennifer King.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This position is to fill the position that we had somebody there. They resigned a couple of months ago. So we're just filling that position. This coordinator works with our programming for youth on the evenings. She will sort of coordinate with the parents and the kids and the facilitators, and also monitor for our program fidelity.
Thank you so much, Director. Any questions for Director King? Okay, no questions.
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Number 23, approval of an agreement with Lotus Blossom Hospice and Palliative Care LLC to provide assessments to be funded through Senior Services Department for older adults receiving homemaker services as required by the Atlanta Regional Commission, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Dr. Gilchrist.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, county administration. In May, the Division of Aging Services mandated that all providers who provide the homemaker services must be licensed as a private home care provider. And so this is the final step before we actually submit our application.
Okay. Any questions, board?
No.
Okay, no questions.
Okay.
All right.
Number 24 is approval to award a design build contract to Hesse Gay Bell pursuant to RFP 24-025 in the total amount of $380,760 in connection with the Dog River Senior Center project to be funded from ARPA grant funds and the 2022 SPLOST funds, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Dr. Gilchrist.
Yes. This is for the proposed senior center at the Dog River Library, near the Dog River Library in that complex. And so we're excited about this. Just to kind of give you some numbers, currently at our two senior centers, just this year alone, we've had almost 600 new seniors to join our services. And so this is needed for the county as we continue to grow and the life expectancy continues to expand.
Any questions? Okay, no questions.
Okay. Number 25 is authorization to award construction contract with Caliber One Construction, Inc. pursuant to RFP 24-034 in connection with the Fairburn Road Senior Center project in the amount of $5,171,996 to be funded from ARPA grants CDBG grant funds, and 2022 SPOS funds, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Dr. Gilchrist.
Yes, all things senior services this morning. And so we are extremely pleased and excited for this project. It's a long time coming. It's for the senior center on Fairburn Road. And so here we are, final step. Once we receive your approval, we are able to move forward.
Okay. Any questions, board? Okay. No questions?
Just one.
Okay, Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
So this 5.1, is this a turnkey situation, or is this kind of a rough estimate of what it's going to cost to take and use these opera funds to use and revamp that particular the senior citizen center over there?
Actually, Commissioner Mitchell, this will be a new build. We'll build it on the grounds directly next to the building that's there. As you are aware, and
Right, it's
remember
across the street there, like with that
It's
parking area, right?
on the same land.
Yes, right, yes.
Adjacent to it. Yes, sir. And as you are aware, we did bid for renovations of the current facility. However, each time we put it out for bid, we only received a sole source, which is one bid, and also the costs continue to increase with us not knowing once they began the renovations with that building being over 100 years old, what they would find. And so we felt that it would be best practices to just build a new senior center, a new building directly next door to the current one.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And what will be the use of the existing one? That would just be more of an office setting, or?
We propose, we do have a kinship program right now, and so we're looking at perhaps making that a kinship center. And with our kinship program, we provide services to kinship caregivers, specifically grandparents who are caring for children. And so that could be utilized as a kinship center and or office space.
Got it. And I just want you to also note to add at least a +1 to your senior citizens a list. So just be prepared. You got 600, so I can kind of add to that list here shortly. So just be prepared for that.
Okay.
Outside of that, I'll yield back.
We're ready for you. Our doors are open. So yes, sir.
I got one, two, three. Yeah, I got them all.
Any other questions, board? All right, thank you so much,
All
Dr.
right.
Gilchrist.
Thank you.
Number
Madam
20
Clerk.
Thank you. Number 26, approval of an agreement with SkillPath to provide leadership training for directors and deputy directors in the amount of $5,225 to be funded from the Human Resources Department existing training budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Danielle Nichols.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Board of Commissioners, and Administration. Thank you for the opportunity to present before you today. Under the DC Edge training pathway, the county will be hosting a 2-day training in December for all directors and deputy directors. The training will focus on strategic leadership for our senior leaders. The first day of the training will be facilitated by SkillPath and requires a 1-day event agreement. And there are funds within the HR training budget to cover the cost of this particular event.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Nichols. Any questions for our director? Commissioner Kenna Jones, you have the floor.
How was SkillPath identified or selected?
So we have an HR consultant that has been partnering with HR and in going through a number of the key components that we want to focus on with our senior leaders. This particular organization was the one that was the most competitive in terms of offerings and can kick us off with the strategic leadership component of our training.
Have you all looked at any of their reviews or feedback from prior customers?
We have, and they have favorable reviews. They're also known to facilitate training in other governmental agencies. So based on the need and the beginning or the launching of this training, they're efficient for what we need.
What other instruction provider or services did you all look at?
We looked at Fred Pryor, who will be working with us on day 2, and I would have to confer with our HR consultant, but she did look at a number of vendors for this particular endeavor.
Can you find out if they considered Udemy, Coursera, or LinkedIn Learning also?
I can confirm we do have Udemy that we've been utilizing within specific departments, but not for this particular training.
Is it possible before tomorrow that you get a quote from them as well?
I can check to see, yes.
I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kenneth Jones. Any other questions for our Director Nichols?
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Director. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you. Number 27, approval to award a contract to be determined for DOT Maintenance Building Special Inspection not to exceed $50,000 and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Julia Janka.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice
Good
Chair,
morning.
Commissioners, and County Administration. I do apologize for the vagueness of this agenda item because as of close of business Friday, I was still collecting quotes to be able to proceed. We identified a contract with Nova for $23,268, which will be contributed to or be a subset of the overall $3 million budget allocated for the DOT maintenance building build project. What we're bringing in is the special inspections relegated to the construction execution. I identified last week when we were getting ready to do the LDP that we did not have an inspector identified, so we scrambled and got the inspection identified, and we looked at 3 quotes. We received 1 back. 1 vendor chose not to respond.
Okay. Any questions for Director Janker? Board? Okay. The LDP is the land disturbance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just want to make sure. I love
And
acronyms, but I just try to make it known to everyone that's in here.
And I
So
do-
it's a land disturbance plan?
Permit.
Yes, okay.
Yes, and the construction company is paying for that. We're just paying for the other inspections related to the design, to the build of the facility.
Okay.
And I do apologize, we did have to change the groundbreaking from tomorrow to after the holidays. So we were trying to get this done before the groundbreaking, but due to weather and the LDP still being pending, we needed to push it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Director. I yield the floor back to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chairman.
I believe that's it.
Next on the agenda are board appointments.
Mhm.
I provided all of you a listing of the boards which need members appointed to. We have Board of Assessors, Behavioral Health and Disabilities Board, Paratransit Committee, Tourism and History Commission, and Board of Elections. We have received some applications in, 2 new ones for Board of Assessors, and the existing board member desires to be reappointed on that one. Behavioral Health and Disabilities Board, we received 1 new application. Paratransit, we did not receive any new applications. The current member would desire to be reappointed. On Tourism and History Commission, we have 1 vacant position and 3 members whose terms are expiring. We received 2 new applications, and 3 of those members, the 3 members that are current, do seek reappointment. And then we do have Board of Elections, which these 2 appointees have been appointed by the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. So we just need to have that on the agenda for the official record of appointment for the Board of Elections.
Okay, thank you so much, Clerk, that we will make sure the names are available for the appointments tomorrow.
Yes,
Board of
ma'am.
Commissioners, okay. And I believe and we'll talk about it. Okay. Clerk,
Okay.
anything else to come?
Yes, ma'am. We'll have approval of expenses to be approved tomorrow for Commissioner Whitney Kenner Jones. And then we have discussion items. Number 30 is the CUVA breach. Greg Baker, Tax Commissioner, is here to present.
Tax Commissioner, if you would come forth, please. Good morning, good morning. Is it still morning? Yes, it is.
I was just told we're going to do it in an executive session.
Okay, so,
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
thank you, thank you so much, County
Administration.
Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Baker and I did take a moment to speak about this matter outside. It is appropriate for executive session, for which we will need today. And then based on what we discussed, you will see an item on your agenda for tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much, County
Thank you.
Attorney Wiggins.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
appreciate you. Perfect. So with that being said, Board of Commissioners, this is where we reached a point where we have commissioners' comments. Any comments or? Okay, Commissioner Kenna Jones, you have the floor.
I do have just a couple of commissioners' comments. First, I want to say thank you to Ms. Batchel for coming up and speaking. There are a lot of points that you made that I do sincerely agree with. I feel like for too long, Douglas County has been on a consistent path of just increasing and increasing and increasing with no actual rhyme or reason for why we are doing what we do. I do think that there needs to be a significant look at what some of the elected officials' budgets look like. I think we take for granted that we are the quote-unquote ruling class, or that there shouldn't be things that are questioned in the way that we allocate funding towards budgets, and what does that really mean for our residents and the community members. It is astonishing to me the amount of money that we are spending to police our citizens and the lack of funding that we are providing to ensure that public welfare, other components of public safety, and needs for public health offerings to include mental health and to include your actual physical health. And we really need to take a beat, think seriously about what we are doing and where we are allocating funds to, because it really may not be in the best interest of our citizens. I think it's time that we look at comparable jurisdictions to find out what they are doing, because again, it is not lost on me that Rockdale County, Coweta County, Carroll County, and Paulding County are all similarly situated to us in terms of that they have a jail on site, the amount of citizens that they have, what allocated services they are being given, and the prioritization that they have put for their fire departments, their E911, their public health services, their mental health services, all of their public goods in terms of libraries and things like that, versus continuing to blow an already high Sheriff's Department's budget. Obviously, I know I am just one person and I am just one vote, but I sincerely hope that we all can look at this honestly and taking out our own personal thoughts or feelings, friendships, whatever the case may be, because when it comes to making decisions up here, it's not about who do I like the most. It's not about who is my friend the most. It's about what is best for the 150,000+ people we have been elected to represent. So I hope that we take this discussion, this review, this consideration seriously, and that appropriate changes are made to ensure that all of our citizens are provided with the best possible for the money that they have paid into these situations, or into this budget. And with that, I yield the floor.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kenna Jones. Any other commissioners' comments? Commissioner Raxton, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. So, Madam Chair, as we indicated, we do have budget review and decisions to make for 2025 for the general fund, and those decisions will not be taken lightly. As indicated by my colleague, Commissioner Kenna Jones, we have to do what's in the best interest for our citizens, for our residents, and that is something that we take extremely dearly. With that being said, we're going to make some hard choices. We are going to make some hard choices, but we will be able to explain why we're making the decisions that we're making. So I say this not only to those in the audience, but as a taxpayer here in Douglas County. I want to ensure that my funds and my taxes that I'm paying every year are being put to the best usage for the operations and administrations, not only as a county government, but also to our residents. So with that, looking forward to having future discussions, but we are going to make some hard choices. Just want to put that out there. And Madam Chair, I will yield the floor back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Raxton. Any other comments, board? Okay, if there are no further comments, I will certainly pose the question to our county attorney or to our staff attorney. do we have, do we need to go into executive session?
We do, Madam Chair. We have several items for discussion in terms of legal, personnel, and real estate.
Okay. With that being said, Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to go into executive session?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Board, any discussion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. All please indicate by raising your right hand if you're in favor. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote to go into executive session, and the motion surely carries. With that being said, we will pause for the calls, and we will convene upstairs in the Board of Commissioners conference area for our executive session, citizens, and then we will return to close the meeting out. But again, thank you. So we will return. All right, thank you to the citizens of Douglas County for allowing the Board of Commissioners to take time for our executive session. Board of Commissioners, at this time, do we have a motion to come out of executive session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Board, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0. After Commissioner Mitchell is walking up, we have a 5-0 unanimous vote to come out of executive session, and the motion carries. All right. Board of Commissioners, anything else to come before us today? If there's nothing else to come before this board, this meeting is adjourned.